Trying to make sure that the mic is working properly. I think it is. All right. Looks like we're good here. Hang on one second. This is not the screen I want up right now. We'll get into that in a little bit. For those of you that are here, we're still waiting on other people to come in. It's getting a little chilly in here, so I've gone ahead and grabbed my skull cap. Then I also got out the shower not too long ago too. The last thing I want to do is get sick. I already have a tooth that's literally about to fall out, or the remnants of a tooth that's falling out. Hope it falls out tonight, honestly. But here's our situation right now. Where we last left off, the ice was just getting into Arkansas, or the precipitation was working its way into Arkansas. We're now seeing Tennessee getting into the mix. We already have a camera set up for Tennessee, and then we're also going to start to see more of the snow reaching into the Ohio Valley. It's about to reach the state of Ohio, and then before long we're going to see Pennsylvania, Virginia is already in the action, and then areas in the Northeast coming into play. The winter storm warnings actually stretch all the way into Maine. So literally we've had a storm that really started out towards Colorado and New Mexico and has stretched all the way to the other side of the country, where winter storm warnings and all of the above are still in effect. That's crazy to think about. So some early totals that I've seen from snowfall. Heard a report from Jackson where we had 2 inches of snow to start out the day, and now we've mainly transitioned over to sleet, and now we're starting to see the freezing rain getting into the mix. Alabama's starting to report freezing rain as well. I haven't heard of much of the ice, how much ice is accumulated there. But ice accretion could be as high as 1 inch in some of these areas where we're seeing the freezing rain now. It's going to be almost a 32-hour stretch according to some model guidance before we actually would get any kind of break in there. So things are starting to heat up here. It's really going to be today and into tomorrow, which is going to be the main event. Do hope everybody is set up for this storm, for those of you that are involved, and I hope everyone's doing well in general, even if you are outside of the storm's path. I'm trying to keep my phones charged because I'm actually under an ice storm warning and a cold advisory to match, so got to make sure that we're prepared. Cord. Alright, we'll get some music going in a little bit, and we'll have some cameras up in just a second. Just want to make sure that I've read all my messages. I think we're good. Do have one new message, hang on. Alrighty then. I guess that's that. Let's go ahead and get to it here. Also, another thing, to anyone that was on stream yesterday, because I know there's a few of you on here right now. Anyone who was on stream yesterday, we did a power outage poll. Seems like no state has gotten up to 100K yet, which is actually great news. How you doing, Justin? About to pull the power outage map up right now. Oh no, that's not what I want. In fact, the worst state right now, of course, is Texas, but Texas has done incredibly well. 50K outages now. Still time for things to pick up, but at least right now, we haven't seen the worst yet. There we go. There we go. That's better. Hey, amputee, how you doing? Just kind of in the early stages of getting the stream set up over here. We got a few DOT cameras, but no storm chases that we're able to work with right now. Yeah, we can go over model data in a second. There you go. Hey, Isaiah. Alright, so another thing we'll probably do is grab a Mississippi camera here, because we haven't pulled anything up from there in a while. Do I have a thread for that? Uh-oh. Must have learned from his uncle. Must have learned from his uncle. Yeah, I would figure that much. I wouldn't recommend going out too far. What exactly does it look like over towards your area, though, Justin? Is it like snow, or is it a mixture of snow and ice, or just everything in between? Like, what's it looking like for you right now? I think at 6 o'clock we'll actually have PA storm trackers on here. So we're going to be on here for a while. We're going to be hanging out. It's all sleet. Oh. It's all sleet. Wow. 5 inches of sleet. That is crazy. And more to come. Wait, why is this showing? Oh, okay, I know what the problem is. Let me fix that real quick. Because this is showing YouTube. I'm not sure why it's showing. Why it's not showing my power outage map. There we go. That's better. We fixed it now. Alright. Yeah, sorry about that, guys. It's really odd. It's really odd how that all panned out. Wow. 5 inches of sleet already. And it's all sleet? Not even snow? Wow. Well, I mean, it makes sense. I mean, given what we were expecting, it's not that surprising, but still. Oh, I knew somebody was going to do it. I was honestly thought that was Isaiah for a second. I should have known it was you. Oh, Louisiana has 43,000 without power towards the western half of the state. Looks to be the most impactful. DeSoto County with over 9,000 without power right now. Yeah, Isaiah was saying the same thing. He ended up getting 2 inches of snow, and then the rest changed over to sleet. And it's pretty much remained that way. He's probably now starting to get into the freezing rain event. Alright, so let's get that. Alright, let's get the Tennessee camera up here now. It's Louisiana. I'll have to do a little bit of adjusting really quick with this. It looks like it's coming, though. It looks like it will be on the way very soon for you, Isaiah. I hope you're ready, 'cause I know this upsets you. Well, at least you still have power, as do I, but the impacts haven't reached here yet. Alright, so here's our Tennessee camera. Oh, okay. So that's not how it works. So it separates it into a different window. I'll have to remember that. By the way, this is off of I-40 West. For anyone that's curious. Well, I'd still take sleet over ice any day, me personally. Anything but that frozen precipitation, or that form of frozen precipitation. Alright, let me get Louisiana up here as well. We do have a camera over there too. Yeah, because it looked like you were going to get whiffed. Okay, here's Mississippi. About 2.5 inches isn't bad at all. At least I'd say so. We aren't going to see anything close to that. Alright, one more overlay and that should do it. Make a little adjustment there so you can see everything. Alright, this is on I-20. You can see the cameras are indeed in motion. I was thinking you would get probably about close to 2. I'm surprised it fell at once like it did, but hey. It's better that it happened that way. Alright, so we have cameras in Louisiana. Cameras in... I think we're good now. I think we're good. Oh, the Mississippi camera's not going. Sorry about that. Sorry about the delay, guys. No, you're right on time. We're just getting started. We've only been here for about maybe... really 15 minutes, because I try to let people come in. I try to let people come in before I actually like really start the stream. So if anything, you're like maybe 5-10 minutes late. So 24 minutes really was more like 14 minutes. Alright, so I'm going to get one more camera on here if I can. Yeah, the main event's really going to be starting within the next hour. In fact, tomorrow, there will actually be a storm chaser that we can stream from over there. I don't know if any of you guys know Motley, but we'll be working with him during the stream. So I have to do it this way. A second. What's wrong with Radar Omega? What did they do this time? What? No sleet? Keep making themselves look bad. One thing I don't like about weather-wise though is seeing the purple on purple. I would like to see a little bit better contrast if it was at all possible, so I could keep the warnings up. But I mean, it is what it is. The fact that we have sleet, I guess, is pretty good in its own right. Wonder who this is. Oh, that's Nick Busby. I have no idea who that is. Alright, so now we got our cameras up. Let's go ahead and get some music on. We'll go over the latest forecast data, and we'll just kind of run on from that point. And we'll just kind of keep going from that point. Like I said, at about 6, we'll have a storm chaser available to look at. Maybe we'll chat with him a little, if it's at all possible. Where? Okay. Okay, there we are. It's much better. Oh, let's get that out the way. Alright, so like I said, like we had already asked earlier about everyone's conditions. I don't think anyone's really lost any power from the looks of it here, so... Wait, I went to the wrong screen. Force a freaking habit. Alright, you know what? I'm just going to do the forecast really quickly and kind of just go on from that point. Okay, there's music. Alright, let's go. Alright, so... Can you guys see everything? Alright, so North Star with this map here, we do have power outages in multiple states, but the ones that are highlighted are the ones that are above 10,000 plus. Louisiana surpassed 10,000, and then Texas has surpassed 50,000. No one's quite made it to 100,000 yet though, so that's good. So at least in the early stages, we haven't had anything significant happen yet. But some other states that are dealing with power outages, Arkansas is another one. Oklahoma has a few. Mississippi's starting to get in there. But yeah, those are pretty much the leaders right now. Oklahoma has only like maybe 17, 1800. They had thunder sleet in Dallas earlier. That sounds about right. Alright, let's see what we got here. So this is pretty much a good overview of what we have going on right now in regards to model data. Here comes round 2 for Texas by the time we get into the evening hours. Ice really starts to pick up over towards Tennessee as we get later into the evening. And then here's your second round right here. This will be just after sunset, probably somewhere between like 9 or 10 o'clock. So we'll plan will be to be live for much longer today. Last night we were live for 3 hours. We'll probably try and at least double that, if not go even further. And then here's where the southeast really gets into play tomorrow. Like I said, the real big loser, I guess you could say, in this one, because no one wants freezing rain, is going to be over towards Mississippi. It's a constant stream of moisture frozen precipitation through what seems like the entire event. It just never really stops there. So I'm really concerned for Mississippi especially. And then here's our secondary bullseye right here. All in the meanwhile, if we look up towards the north, east, and also the mid-Atlantic, seems like the event really starts to get going on the freezing rain side by the time we get into the overnight hours. Start out more so as sleet, and then we start to push into freezing rain territory before all is said and done. From the low pressure here, the warm nose kind of kicks in. We see our cold air damming kind of pushing things a little bit further towards the east, so I could get spared some of the worst impacts, but they still could be bad in their own right. The refreeze is really going to be more so my concern at this point. All while in the meanwhile, the first significant snow really seems like it comes in more or less around probably about 7 or 8 o'clock, and then really picks up by the time we get towards about 2 or 3 a.m. here. And then this just creeps all the way into the northeast from that point onward. So that's a quick overview of the model data here. We're not going to really go over the global models at this point. It's kind of useless. It's kind of already said at this point what we're going to be dealing with. Models are pretty universal about it at this point. One thing I take that back. There is one thing I want to look at. I mean, I'm not surprised that we're seeing thunder sleet in Texas, but I want to see what else we could get over here. I do think thunder snow and thunder sleet are also possible. I lean more towards thunder sleet because of the shallow area form air aloft. But I just want to look at the instability here. We're looking at our most unstable cape. Let's run this back a little bit. So we got a decent amount of MU cape over towards Texas. This is going to move east as we go further along, so I think it's highly likely that we'll see a bullseye over here towards excuse me, towards Mississippi for thunder ice in particular. Then further off to the and further off towards like maybe even southern Tennessee, we could even see it as well. We see some potential here, but I think this is going to be more associated with severe weather off to the south here. Speaking of which, we do have a marginal risk that was issued for severe weather for the Gulf Coast. In fact, they upgraded it. Oh, wow. They upgraded it to slight. The lead threat with this, I would guess, would be the tornado threat. Yep, there it is right there. So over towards Columbus, areas further to the south, stretching all the way back towards Mobile is going to be the point of interest there. So we get a wind threat to go along with this. Hail threat's going to be minimal. It's a cold core event. Fried Oreos? Not sure how to feel about that. I guess we could go over the dynamics to that setup too if you guys want. I guess we'll do a voting poll on it. That sounds about right. There's just so much convective energy, it's hard for me to believe that it wouldn't happen. Simple yes or no question right here. When you have these events, you're often wondering if you were tripping and you heard thunder. But I think this time around, no one's going to be Delulu on that one. But yeah, I think thunder sleet, thunder ice is going to be a big thing. Thunder snow might be a little bit more questionable, but we'll wait and see. If 5 votes come in and they're predominantly yes, we'll go over the forecast. We'll go over the thunderstorm setup for tomorrow. But it has to be 5. Also, guys, don't forget to hit that like and share button as well. Let's try to get out to more people if it's at all possible. We're gonna be. The plan is for us to be live for a while too. From the looks of it, it's pretty close. There's gonna be little dry slots in between though, so the radar at times could also be pretty deceiving. I'll let you see where your area is. Put it right center mass on the screen right here. But like I said, remember, there's going to be dry slots in between, so there's going to be like little small breaks. You may not even have anything falling or hitting the ground yet. Eventually it could just pick up out of nowhere though too as a result, so always got to be extra watchful. Got a long charging cord for my phone. Hang on a second. Still sleet right now? That's good. Okay. Alright, everything is charging. We're just trying to be ready in case power goes out here as well. My part of the event looks like it comes in tomorrow. But it seems like we could be trending more towards rain. I'm sure you wouldn't complain, and honestly I wouldn't either if I could get that, but I don't think sleet's in the cards for me. You have a much better chance than I do. Wow, just look at this snow shield. Look how far this is stretched out now. I remember the first forecast I saw with this. What, do you think you're asking about potential rain? Just like cold rain? I mean, I don't think so. I think you would end up staying in strictly frozen precip. The only way I could see that happening is if the low were to strengthen even further. I mean, that's possible, but I wouldn't expect it to be like a shoe-in. If it happens though, that's not a terrible thing, is it? Texas outages are starting to continue to rise. Louisiana's about to eclipse 50,000 outages at the rate they're going. It looks like it isn't going to take too much longer. We're at 46,500. It is poweroutage.us. I'll leave a link in chat. And I can't spell to save my life right now. Hold on 1 second. Alright, and I'm going to pin that too, so that way if anyone else wants to use that as a reference, they can. Need 2 more votes to go over the severe forecast. I only want to do it unless I'm only going to do it unless people just I'm only doing it if people really want me to do it, you know. But this is amazing to look at right here. The fact that we have a snow shield stretching from New Mexico, even parts of Colorado, all the way into Virginia already. If we were to put this into like its actual span here, so let's zoom out a little further, or we'll even go out. We'll just go out to here. So we're talking over 1,400 miles, nearly 1,500. And it's this, and as this moves northeast, this only is going to stretch. Wow, look at how large this span is. We have snow covering nearly 1,600 miles of the lower 48. That's wild. Oh, you used it back during the hurricane. Yeah, we don't get to use the power outage map all that much. Unless it's a hurricane or a severe weather event. Or like a high-end severe weather event. Alright, so we're sitting at 5 votes now, and the majority of you say yes, so majority rules here. Alright, we'll go over the severe weather setup. So, do a quick little outlook. So in case anyone missed it, or upgraded to a slight risk, this is the area of interest here. Further off towards the southeastern Gulf Coast here, stretching from just to the west of Mobile here. I think Biloxi is involved in this too. They should be. Yeah, we have Gulfport, Mississippi. So yes, Biloxi is in there. It stretches all the way to the Florida Panhandle and stretches all the way into southern parts of Alabama and Georgia as well. Main threat with this would be tornadoes and damaging wind. There is a 5% tornado risk and a 15% wind threat. So we're gonna pull up the smaller map here so you can see the radar, so you can still see the radar. And watch how things continue to progress with that. And then we're gonna pull up our weather models here and go over the details with that. Probably going to shrink this a little bit too while we're at it, try to help along. Alright, before we start, just want to make sure everyone can see everything properly. Alright, so go back to this. Alright, so we already talked about this system in general. We'll run it back real quick. Is my computer loading? No, it's not. Let's fix that. There we go, that's better. Alright, so this is a look at our system as a whole. In case anyone missed it, I'll go over the snow times. I'll go over the potential times for snow as well. But this is pretty much the current overview. We're at about 5 o'clock Eastern at this point. Here's where our freezing rain is set up. Round 2 is going to be starting in Texas within the next couple of hours. This snow shield is stretched out a little bit further and has progressed further to the east than what's been expected. So this model data is a little bit off, but not by much. So watch what happens here with the low pressure that's going to be popping up as we get into the morning hours on Sunday. It's over here in this corridor where we can expect the potential for severe weather. Because with this pushing north and this strengthening as it does, it's going to create a warm sector to the south. And in this warm sector is where we're going to have the most unstable air. So with that and the surface temperatures making it into the 70s, that's how we get our severe weather potential. So this is a look at it right here. You can see it towards the Gulf Coast. Temperatures are near the mid to upper 60s, some places even breaking into the 70s before this frontal boundary ultimately ends up passing and we get our record cold here. In fact, cold weather and extreme cold advisories have been issued as well. So this is where things kind of get a little bit messy. With the low pressure here, it also brings its own wind shear towards the surface. So how we end up correlating all of that together, I'm just waiting for this to move here. I already know that my computer's kind of screaming at me at this point because we got a lot of stuff up. So I might not be able to move as fast as I'd like. But we'll have a little bit of energy available here. This is our surface cape. These aren't these aren't record-breaking numbers here. In fact, not even close. But in these areas, we have about 500 to 800 in surface cape, enough to cause severe weather and stronger thunderstorms to occur. And then if we were to look at our shear values, go along with that, it's just enough to a point where we could have some issues. I don't expect a big outbreak from this, but damaging winds and tornadoes are very possible. Maybe even likely we get 1 or 2 out of it. What's up, G bro? Yeah, you can see it here. We have pretty strong low-level shear here. We're looking at about 50 to 60 knots of shear from where that surface low is moving. Looks like the time frame is going to be in the early afternoon hours, and then we'll probably see the threat fizzle off after that. The storm mode I would anticipate would be in a linear mode that's really messy. Like I said, this mode doesn't really, this severe weather event doesn't capture me as something that's a major concern. But does still need to be talked about because further out towards the south, a lot of people are thinking nothing's going to happen at all. And we don't want anyone getting caught by surprise. So again, here's that storm mode, linear mode. Maybe an embedded cell could really ramp up and do a quick spin up or have some strong damaging wind gusts for a brief period. There is potential for some prefrontal activity, but it's on the lighter side, I would say, at this point. So with that, by the time we get into Sunday night, Monday morning, severe weather threat's gone. Winter weather threat will be waning as well by that point. So that's pretty much that in regards to the severe side of this setup here. One that I wasn't entirely sure about until really about a day or two ago. More and more outage reports are coming in for Texas, by the way, folks. So things are only continuing to pick up, and round 2 is coming in just a little bit. Hopefully they can take advantage of whatever break in the action they do have and try to maybe knock down those numbers so we aren't pushing 100K. Or at the very least they can try to stave it off for as long as they can. But man, this is quite a view, I'll say that. gonna look at a list of different states that have power outages right now. Page 1 of 11. New Mexico has quite a few outages as well. Oh wow, to go to the second page it wants me to have an account. I'm gonna leave it alone. It really does. It's big enough to be its own country, that's for sure. That snow shield extends about 1,600, almost 1,500, maybe even closing in on 1,600 miles before all is said and done. And this really got started over towards Colorado and New Mexico as well. So we're stretching it over towards Ohio now, and this is going to be heading all the way up into Maine before all is said and done. So we're talking about probably about 2,000 miles of coverage. One of my other questions is what's going on towards the Virgin Islands right now? They almost have 10,000 outages. Check on the status of my cameras while I'm at it. Looks like my Mississippi camera is alright. It's good. Okay. Let's go ahead and take a look at Louisiana. That's the one that's been giving me a lot of trouble. There it goes. Oh, nice. Yeah, I told you it was only a matter of time. It was gonna come in. Yeah, you're getting the heavy wet snow. Is this gonna work over here in Tennessee? Yes, it is. All right, good. So all our cameras are working essentially, minus the Louisiana one. The Louisiana one's probably been the one that's most difficult. Well, never mind. Tennessee's acting up too now. We can also change our camera views at one point or another. They're driving a lot slower over there too, so that tells you the road conditions are not great. They're really starting to deteriorate at this point, especially towards the northern half of the state. Like I said, this is I-269 at Craft Road, so this is up north. This is actually pretty close to the Tennessee border here, and you can see they're getting slammed with freezing rain at this point. Also, we're going to be keeping an eye out for accidents. It doesn't look like we have much of anything right now. There are some road closures over here as well, though. On I-55 heading, I don't know if that's, or not I-55, but just off I-55 between Mississippi 32 and US 51, the road is closed. This is from bridge repair, though. This isn't particularly from the storm. We'll be trying to look up some data to get an idea of what accidents could look like right now. We're not trying to take a look at particular accidents, but we do want to know about road closures so that way we can help out. Let's go with another camera over here. This is I-22 at Victoria Road. I would expect the roads to be relatively quiet. Alright, the cameras are doing a little bit better now. Oh, you're starting to see the little snot sickles here, as one of the viewers last night was calling it, in the Louisiana camera. You can see it pretty clearly, so definitely some significant freezing rain starting to occur over there. And again, as I mentioned before, we got round 2 coming. Also, I don't know if anyone has a Discord, by the way, but if you want to share pictures of your current weather, you could do that on there, or you could show it to me on Twitter, or as it's called now, X. I'll give the link to the Discord server, and then I'll also leave the link to X. Alright, so we're reading our meso discussions here. Obviously, this one that we were looking at over towards Tennessee is more concerned with freezing rain. This one might be more sleet and snow. May see 1 inch per hour rates over here towards western Texas. That's interesting. Alright, so one thing I think I'm going to do in the meantime here is I'm probably going to eat soon. Because like I said, we're going to be hanging out here for a while. But yeah, if you have any questions, I guess feel free to hit me up in the chat. Yeah, for now, I'll at least turn the camera off. I'll be back in a little bit. Sorry about that. I stepped away to get some food. I'm actually still in the process of warming it up. Stay safe out there, big worm. Oh, that sounds weird. I can see why you called him. I'm just gonna call him worm. But yeah, this storm looks like it's gonna have some records broken here for sure. Probably need to find a new camera for Louisiana. It's a little bit too heavy right there. Might be a little bit better now. Hopefully it's not. Hopefully that's not as loud as it was before. I'm sorry to leave you guys with that. Alright, I'm going to check on my food real quick. I will be right back one more time. Alright, I'm back now. Food is done. That sounds nice. Yeah, I just got some chili, and I also had some nacho cheese chips that I crushed up, kind of used them like crackers. So saves on using shredded cheese or regular cheese, sliced cheese, or anything like that. And we'll put a little bit of sour cream in there, a couple dollops, because this chili's a little spicy. It gives it a good contrast when you add the sour cream in. So, yeah, got a nice little helping of that. And we're just going to kind of keep things going. New update, by the way, Louisiana has surpassed 50,000 outages here. Also, if we look on here, I'm seeing that Mississippi's getting past, or is about to pass 1,600, so I would anticipate that number to actually really pick up as time goes on. And it's a good thing that you're on here as well, Justin. Arkansas has now passed 3.7K outages now. Actually creeping towards 3,800. A dollop is all it takes. Yeah, I got about 2. Yeah, I actually like mine with sharp cheddar, but I have like some popcorn chips. They were on sale, and we ended up getting the cheesy flavor. It's like the blue bag. Yeah. Yeah, it goes without saying. It's gonna be brutal for a lot of people. Honestly, I think Mississippi's gonna have it the worst by far. I honestly don't even think it's close. Yep, we're just really on a countdown. This stream's gonna be a lot longer tonight. Look at this right here. DeSoto's flirting with almost 9,500 customers out right now. We just broke past 94. So another big county that's been affected is Ouachita County. I hope I got that one right. Probably didn't. Oh, nice. I don't know if you want me to show your feet or not, but that's fair. I'll have a little window where I'm watching though, so that way I still show some support though. All about looking out. All about looking out for each other on here. One of my biggest worries right now is that what's left of my tooth doesn't finally just drop in my freaking mouth as I'm eating. gonna try another view here. Might not have a video, might not have a feed for this one though either. All right. At first glance here, the roads don't look too bad. No, I told you I would, Isaiah. That doesn't really surprise me. I've seen that plenty of times. Hey, you should count yourself lucky if it is like that. They're moving at a decent clip of speed over here in Louisiana. Roads seem like they're holding up pretty decent then. Well, one thing to keep in mind also is we're looking at the composite reflectivity for like the whole entire US. If we look at the radar, it probably tells a different story. If we look at a particular radar site. Oh no, it's still showing mostly sleet. Mostly freezing rain here. Maybe a little wedge of sleet like mixed in right here. It's going to be coming in later into the evening. It's going to be coming in after sunset, most likely. Go back to composite here again. In fact, I really think it's starting now. Come to think of it. Because I'm seeing the precip beginning to build back in over towards Fort Worth and Dallas. these cameras are going to be harder and harder to maintain, especially as outages tend to go up. So, if these cameras suddenly go out, I do apologize. We'll make substitutions as needed. Yeah, I think we might have lost power on this camera. Yeah, I genuinely think we lost power there. Hey, what's up, Deathcore? Or, I don't know if I could call you by your regular name on here. Obviously, I know it, but out of respect, I'll probably go with just Deathcore for now. You're still in the early phases, North Star. Probably haven't had enough ice accumulation to really start to get power outages just yet. But in time, it probably could. Texas has dropped down to about 51K in power outages. At one point, they were peaking out at about 57. Meanwhile, Louisiana is still kind of holding at about 50. Yeah, you have about 121 customers out in general as of right now. Yeah, 103 in Shelby, just like you said. Yeah, so Tennessee's holding up pretty good at the moment. But we're still in the early stages. I think Louisiana is actually about to surpass Texas. Now, I don't know much about Tennessee's power grid or their infrastructure there. But we have different power companies over here, and one thing about us is like Georgia Power is often the worst one, and then we have Cobb EMC for the Atlanta and like Cobb County, which is where I used to live. Basically, I'm like right on the line between like Cobb and Fulton. So one thing about it, North Star, is the fact that there's a lot of dry slots out in the early part of this event for you guys. Like if you look on the radar here, you can see these little pockets where it just seems like it's kind of decrepit. You're gonna be dealing with that in the early stages, and then the heavier snow is gonna probably be moving in within the next couple of hours. So the totals, the snowfall rates in general, are all going to continue to pick up over time. It's never just, rarely is it ever just does it ever just start all at once? if you're like on the edge of it, it'll just be like a little bit. It'll like spit out a little bit here and there, and then all of a sudden, and then in time, that's when you start to get the explosion. I'd say. All right, we can. I guess we can put the camera back on now. I finished eating, so. It could be. Oh, I didn't realize my DOT camera in Louisiana is not looking all that great. Let's go ahead and fix. Look at the icicles. And this is over towards Monroe, Louisiana, too. So we're getting a little bit further into the southern part of the state as well now. Your impacts are pretty significant already, and we're still a long ways from finished. Alright, I'm trying to get some early reports on ice accretion, but like I said, we're still in the early phases. So, looking at 3 1-liter bottles of dew. You gotta love it. I cannot get reports for the life of me right now. Yeah, I can't find any reports on ice accretion. Yeah, I'm not really much of a coffee drinker, but I'll find a way. I'll make it work. I'll be staying up late if you guys are wanting to as well. I'll stay up as long as you guys want me to, or as long as I can at least. Gotta be a little bit realistic. Dang, I haven't found any reports. This is insane. Well, at least we'll have a storm chaser on in the next few minutes. Okay, I'm trying to see where PA Storm Tracker's feed is. Okay, there they are, there they are. Alright, so we got their feed set up and it's ready to go whenever we need it. Yeah, we're struggling with that camera over there in Mississippi. Let's see if we can go a little further out towards the west, maybe? Looks like we might be in the early phases of this part of the event, or maybe even northeastern Mississippi. Kind of hard to say at this point. Probably just a little bit to the east of the bullseye. Oh wait, never mind. No, we're not. Looks like you're in a dry slot right now, it seems. To see how there's nothing over here right now. Yeah, this is a little dry slot from the storms. A little bit of warm air coming into the equation. So this looks like it's about to build back in. So I wasn't seeing all that much going on over towards Arkansas, but now it looks like things have begun to pick back up again. Really? Do we know which one it is? Kilauea again? Is it send me video if you can. Probably can't show it on stream, but send me video. Oh, Ryan had it on his stream, of course. Let's look at some power outage data because I don't really have much info in regards to our. Unfortunately, don't have any regards to our ice accretion or snow accumulations. I might have a way to do that actually. I just had an idea there. Texas starting to go back up on power outages again. They're at 51 once more. Looks like Louisiana is about to be right behind them with 51K as well. And then from there, New Mexico's had a good bit. Arkansas is creeping up to about 4,000 now. Now send it on Discord, just for good measure. I don't want to end up accidentally showing something on stream that I'm not meant to. Looks like Mississippi's picking up on outages. We've broken past 2,000 over there. Holy cow. Wow. That is wild. It's like a fountain, literally a whole fountain of lava. That is crazy. Kind of beautiful though, too. Just got a message here from Justin. Hey Justin, I don't know if you're here, but is it okay if I show him the pictures you sent me? The one on Discord. I won't show it unless you give me clearance, obviously, but I thought some people might get a little chuckle out of that. Oh, we got some new pictures coming in, by the way. These I can show you. So we're gonna do this right quick. So this is from our Discord server. This is sent from Will. We're starting to get some. Well, I want to assume that it's snow, but it's probably a snow and sleet mix. Honestly, at this point, that's pretty much been the theme with this system. Oh, that's you, North Star. Appreciate you, man. This is from North Star here. This looks mostly like snow, maybe with a little sleet mixed in. Probably all. I want to say all snow, but we know how that's been going. But looks like in Virginia, things are starting to ramp up over there. This is from Isaiah, one of our mods here. Got a nice little covering of sleet and snow there as well. And this is from earlier in the day, so we've actually gotten more since then. Yeah, that's been a reoccurring theme with this event. A lot of, with all that warm air mixing in towards the lower levels of the atmosphere, or maybe the mid levels of the atmosphere, we've been getting a lot of sleet, even in areas where high snow totals are expected. So it's going to be a really weird, slushy mix, and it's also going to be wet, heavy snow, too. This is not going to be the kind you want to shovel up. If you are going to shovel it up, do it at a much slower pace, because this is the kind of stuff that would cause you to tire out real quick. Louisiana dropped below 50 for a moment there. So one thing about these wintry events in particular, or really just any kind of weather event, those power outages, they'll surge and then they'll kind of drop back down. They fluctuate a bit. So just because you see a high value now doesn't mean it's always going to last. And just because you see a drop off doesn't mean that it's going to stay that low either. So kind of a ugly situation, if you know what I mean. I just realized I didn't tag everybody like I was supposed to on Discord. Probably will be more people in here if I did that. But we have not done our job. We shall fix it. Yeah, I don't think it'll be too long before we're back above 50K in Louisiana, though. Meanwhile, Arkansas is about to break 4,000. Along with New Mexico, honestly. That's kind of a surprise. Mississippi's broken above 2K in power outages. Haven't gotten much in the way of accident reports, which is a good thing. I think with all the warning that we got in advance, we're off to a good start. Got a few more minutes until we can get PA Storm Tracker's feed on there. Alright. Yeah, just thought I'd just leave a few messages in their chat as well. We're going to set up their overlay so we can just jump right into it smoothly without issue. Alright. There's a couple other things I'm checking out on here right now while I still got time. And just like that, Louisiana is back above 50K. Oh, look at the snow shield now over towards western Texas. This is really starting to pick up. Yeah, round two's getting started right now. We are watching round two begin to take shape. Here's a better look at it. So that way the overlays don't get in the way. Oh, we lost the video in Louisiana. I didn't even realize it. right, PA is up now. They are in Oakland, Maryland right now. Am I getting anything here? No. It's going to be a while before we get anything at all. It's probably going to be overnight tonight before we get any sort of lick of precipitation. And as far as my state's concerned, it's more like maybe extreme northwestern Georgia that's getting any sort of wintry precip. And even then, that's intermittent. My shoulders are killing me right now. I can tell that something's coming because my shoulder's starting to hurt. You can tell the weather's always off. When the weather's off, like sometimes you'll feel like aches and pains every once in a while randomly because of the change in pressure. And over the last day, I've been starting to feel it in my shoulder. Kind of jealous that they're not that I'm not getting much anything right now. Then again, I'm not looking forward to the freezing rain part. I would have loved to have had snow. Your knees, your wrist last night and this morning. Well, it doesn't make me feel any better that you're dealing with it too. At least I know it. Also, at the same time, I know it's not only me that's feeling this. It's like right here towards the muscle and maybe a little bit of the joint too. Does this still have power? That's my question. It does. Okay. Check something out really quick on that. I'm gonna pull it up on my tablet and then see if I can use it on my computer. Not able to find what it is I'm looking for already. All right. Yeah, you're going to be dealing with those dry slots intermittently for like maybe the first hour. By hour 2, heading into hour 3 is when you start to get more it's going to become more consistent. And then I think between hour 5 and 6 is really when it's going to come down as it's going to be when the real onslaught gets started. But it's still moving through, but it's just taking its time. This is the way your radar is looking currently. Dang, I was trying to see if there was a camera over here. Really happy to see that there aren't many incidents in Louisiana. Let's hope we can keep that trend going. Yeah, over towards West Monroe where we have been looking, it seems like we're losing more and more of these cameras by the minute. Yeah, I think we might have lost power in this region around Monroe. Oh wait, here we go. Oh, we might have lost the camera in Mississippi now too. Unavailable, so power might have gone out there. Yeah, we're struggling with a lot of these cameras now. Yeah, in fact, all 3 of our cameras are not really up and running now. Oh. Okay. Yeah, it looks like all 3 of our cameras are struggling. So, slowly but surely, things are starting to come apart here. It's beginning to unravel. I gotta go to the bathroom, by the way, guys. I'll be back.
Rochelle, we were worried about you earlier. We were talking about you at the hotel, hoping that you'll stay safe in that ice. Hopefully you're in for the weekend and you got your bread and toilet paper.
It looks like northern Mississippi.
The people that are getting ice, I can understand that and getting more supplies. Yeah, could be long-term power outages. But up here with the snow, you're not going to be snowed in for weeks. It may be a day or two, and I promise you, you won't starve in a couple days. We did get our Roy Rogers. Yep, Aaron, we got it earlier. We're a rich country. Yes, we are. Hey, I'm back. We're from the Long Island. He's a little far.
Unfortunately, I would love to go to that work.
Monday morning we have to be back. Or Monday afternoon we have to be back to work. So,
You're going to be getting the worst of it then.
thank you, Josh, for the super chat. Yeah, Rochelle, definitely you're going to get hit hard with that ice down there.
That's right. Maybe we should.
Besides having some food, hopefully everybody has their cell phones charged, you have a generator. Make sure you're not running it in your house or in your garage. Make sure it's outside, has plenty of fuel. Make sure you have flashlights, some extra batteries, blankets, anything you need. Make sure you can find a warmer shelter near you in case you do lose your power. Extra water. Always have extra.
Yeah, especially if you have area that may get power outages.
Hi, Junico. Welcome in. Hey, Rob. Welcome in. And Pat said, one day I'm going to get you some great news. Like pizza. That sounds amazing. I love that. Oh, yeah, make sure. The liquor stores were packed yesterday. Hey, Biggie. Hello, David. Welcome in. I'm checking radar, guys.
I'm just thinking about it. If it's going this way, or maybe we should back up to 68 and go west of it. To see the stuff's starting to come in and crossing over by Parkersburg now, at least on radar.
Yeah.
I wonder if we get over like just by east of
See that?
Morgantown, get there about the same time as it.
Okay.
I don't know. I don't know if it's going to fill in there first or here first. That's all. I'm not getting a whole lot of this snow.
Hey, Moose.
I'm going to sit here all night.
Yeah. Hi, Angela. How's Creed tonight? Oh, he says hello.
Howdy, howdy.
Creed says hello.
Howdy, Creed. How are you doing? Yeah, but I'm thinking in that foot area. And I'm thinking that depends on how quick some of the warm air does move in, how quick it moves in.
Hey, Evan. Evan, yeah, I'm thinking about definitely a foot. You're up out of that range of the warm air that's going to move in. Hey, Bat, how are you?
Ow, ow, ow. Dang, my shoulder's freaking killing me.
Make sure you like the stream for us and hit that subscribe button if you haven't.
Alright, we're back. They're even having trouble with their signal, it looks like. Yeah, I don't think we got any more camera views available to us. I think I'm gonna probably downsize a little bit here. I'm pretty sure Louisiana cameras are out, so we'll probably cut that off for now. I can probably keep Tennessee on. Mississippi's gonna get a little bit more hairy over time, it feels like. So there is that. Oh dear.
Hey Amy, welcome in. Oh, look, Amy's from the travel mug. Okay, so I gotta do a little promo here for these guys.
Little free.
These
free
girls, I
press.
should say, yeah. So, you guys have heard before, and Amy, you'll hear from our people in chat. I have boosted you guys about favorite by far coffee shop. And we actually moved their price today.
And we back just
Yeah, so I'm gonna give those girls a little shout out. There's some really cool special drinks right now that are all really well clean. So I haven't tried with those. But yeah, thanks girls for watching in. We appreciate you. Yeah, the data is a little spotty. We're heading back into Oakland, which is
should be a little better.
yeah, it's warm.
That's why I'm not putting in the purpose on it.
Hi Jerry, welcome in. Thank you so much. Hi Adam. Please see us guys tomorrow. Oh yeah, please see us tomorrow. I'll be watching it on my stream. Amy said it's so awesome meeting you guys today. We are really excited to join the live tonight. We'll be following along. Awesome.
Cool stuff that you don't see all the time. It's every day. Come the spring. We'll be out going out west probably April, May. Been talking about it a little bit outside.
See if we can get something over here towards Tennessee real quick. Yeah, just as I don't know if you heard them, but they did say that it's a little bit spotty with the signal as far as where they are right now.
Let's chase it.
Alright, we're looking at 258 west here in Tennessee. We should have a little bit more of a stable signal. We'll see how it goes, but that's what we're dealing with right now.
How does the stream look, guys? Is, you guys see well? Check the camera at all? See the dark shadow spot on the side.
And Louisiana has now surpassed Texas in power outages, with Arkansas now surpassing over, well, still hanging out over 3,000. Mississippi's starting to get over 2,500 now. So it's slowly but surely increasing. It's not gonna be rapid, but by the time we get into tomorrow, we could have somewhere with 100,000 outages. Total, we have 2 states affected by the storm that are at 100,000 right now. But one state might end up having 100,000 by the afternoon tomorrow, I would say. I'm gonna put the loop on in the meantime. Need to grab something to drink. What's happening in the red area? Well, it's not really a red area. That's kind of why I turned off the warnings earlier, is because of the fact that with the way that the advisories kind of match up against the sleet, it kind of looks like it's red, or freezing rain in this case. But yeah, that's all this is. This is just a wintry mix, or this is actually freezing rain. Areas in the purple, that's sleet, and of course the blue is snow, green is rain. But yeah, that's why I turned off the overlay, because sometimes it just looks like the way it looks on I can't speak. The way that the radar looks up against the warnings, it sometimes can make it look a little weirder or a little bit more serious than what it might be. The colors just clash a little too much. I'll be right back though. I'm gonna get something to drink though to try to
he's still in there or not. Tonight it's Mama and Papa. This is winter storm firm. Am I right?
That's like one of those things that you can do in the weather world, and most people do that. I don't know, it's one of those things that, hey, it makes it memorable. But it's just a weather channel, so I guess that's fine. But the National Weather Storm,
Yeah, Papa and Josh times sound identical, so anytime we're screaming, we always put up in the pin message who's going to be out. Jason, which you did, right? Yeah. Hey, Mel. I'd rather snow than
I'll tell you what's happening.
not as bad as Mel.
Last time it's cold though. -4 where we stayed.
Sorry about that. I had to step away for a moment so I could get something to drink here, get a little energy as well. I don't do good with sitting in one place for so long. That's always been a struggle for me, but I went and got a Zip Fizz here, so should keep me going for a little while. I have no idea how long the stream is going to go for, but I want to at least have energy.
Like you said, when I was shoveling, it was like I was pounding the snow above my head.
Nice.
Yeah, they're talking about another system next weekend as well, but
Looks like we're both going to be pretty wired up here. So, I mean, there is caffeine in this, just not as much, but I can't handle the amount of caffeine that's in typical coffee. I just don't handle it well. I usually just get sick for whatever reason. But yeah, this is a little bit easier on me. And hi, Blondie. In case I didn't say it already. Welcome back, Justin. Ooh.
Hannah's mom was almost born in a car during
Alright, so with that in mind here, I'm still fishing around for reports on accumulations, but I haven't gotten much.
we'll come down and just leave it, you know, just for anything. It's only an hour from our house. So this area that we're in right now, this is not far from the base. We're up in West Carolina, Pennsylvania, so even our hotel's only an hour and a half away. But we wanted to get down here so we weren't having to get up early tomorrow
Alright, I'm starting to get my energy back now. That works quick.
Sorry about my voice, guys. A week ago, and it keeps coming back. And it's great for a couple days, and crappy again.
Has anybody else been experiencing that this year? Like you're like sick for 3 days and then you're good for 5, and then sick for 3 and you're good for 5.
Yeah, I'm not really sick. I just have like kidneys affected.
Yeah,
I get a scratchy throat.
Maybe a little bit of a cough.
Yesterday was a horrible headache. That could have been worse.
Nice.
I'm hoping and looking for knows anyone that is homeless that they can get them in a shelter. Check on your elderly neighbors too. Check on all your neighbors in this weather. Make sure they're okay. Make sure they have plenty of supplies, flashlights with good batteries. Make sure the batteries are changed in these storm alarms too. I know at our house, ours are wired right into the house and battery backup. So in case the power get out.
You did the frozen chicken dance. What's the difference between the normal chicken dance and the frozen one? Were you just freezing your tail off in the cold, or? Oh, that dark, huh? Oh, oh yeah, I bet.
Yeah, we want to make sure that if anybody is homeless, that they can get into a shelter and start staying warm. Oh, that's awesome, man. Definitely check on your neighbors. We have quite a few elderly neighbors around us. They're pretty good on their own, though. If my aunt is watching, take a deep breath. My aunt lives in the panhandle of West Virginia.
I cannot find any sort of reports.
And her anxieties about the snow coming. They're looking about 12 to 18 inches in her area, and she's worrying about all the shoveling. So oh, that's good, Doc. I think Doc's my neighbors have been checking on you already. Yeah, take care of each other. We need more of that this fall. We gotta look out for each other. Sherry's thinking she's not. Probably not. She's in Martinsville. Roughly 18 inches. My aunt is watching. Take a deep breath, Aunt.
Alright, well, from the reports now, I can see, with there's only power outages, what looks like Alabama's increasing. They're just hitting past the millennial mark. We're at 1,000. Mississippi is still holding strong at about close to 2,600. Arkansas is at about 3.7. And then, of course, we know the big ones right now. Louisiana, Texas are over 50,000 and kind of holding steady there. Had some very good responses I would say, from these states. I was honestly kind of doubting them, you know?
Now I'm out, Jack. My cousin's mom is talking to me. Did you see on any cloudy just said no come shovel? Hey, Christine. Hello from the other Christine. Christine's gonna open McDonald's.
It's getting a little chilly in here now. I don't know if it's because I drank the water or what, but I definitely feel like it's gotten a little cooler in here. Yeah, maybe it is. I don't know if I want to have to. I might have to put on my robe if this keeps up.
And it's gonna mix with sleet, so it won't get as much snow, but the conditions could be a little worse. Oh, thank you, Aaron. Thank you for the super chat. Whoop, whoop.
Yeah, I definitely feel my energy coming up though.
Oh, Blondie. She's chat floating. And where's this? Only that. You guys can see that was white. That's the speed to it.
Gotta be some way I can get some ice storm reports. Wait, I got an idea. I don't know if this source will be reliable though. Yeah, I might be putting that robe on. Hopefully you guys don't make fun of me for this. I'll be right back. Alright, here we go. This is my robe. So hopefully none of you make fun of me. Yeah, it's getting a little chilly in here. Definitely a draft. Temperature actually has dropped outside. I think we're in like the upper 40s earlier. Now we're getting closer to the 30s now all of a sudden. And I don't think the heat has come on to kind of accommodate with that. So between that and the drink I just had, probably is the reason why I feel cold.
What we do is to be crazy. Dylan said going out for a bike ride, see how this goes.
Oh, Mississippi has broken through. They're past 3K on the power outages now. Alright, well that works then. Alright, so here we go. Now we have some, this is a little bit dated on the ice totals, but we have the highest accumulation so far was, what in the world? Okay, there we go. That's what that was. Wonder where the heck that came from. As I was saying though, highest accumulation so far has been in Louisiana. This is over towards Hall Summit. This is southeast of Shreveport. 3/4 of an inch ice. Other notable reports: Idabel, Oklahoma, 1/2 inch of ice. Cleveland, Mississippi at 1/4 inch right now and counting still. There have been numerous reports of, looks like, damage to trees. We have reports all the way from Tennessee stretching back towards parts of excuse me, parts of New Mexico. Damage in Texas so far has still been pretty light. Louisiana's seen some notable reports, and Mississippi I think is going to continue to go up because I think that's where I've seen the greatest impact so far from the winter storm. As far as snow, the highest accumulation has been over towards New Mexico with 13 inches. North Little Rock has 7.8 inches. The Memphis Metro right now has been kind of fluctuating between 1 to 5 inches of snow to sleet. Little Rock 2 to 6 inches. Oklahoma Metro is up to about 5. Tulsa is at 4. Kansas City Metro 1 to 4 inches has been the trend so far. St. Louis has had 1 to 3. Wichita and Kansas 1 to 4. That's really about it so far. Updates will probably be coming in a bit later, I would imagine, probably in the next hour or two.
said everyone thought you were it. That's, we were telling Chad that earlier. Oakland and Pittsburgh, California, Maryland.
Oh, we might be losing that Tennessee camera. Oh, by the way, we got another photo in from North Star a little bit earlier from Discord. Switch over real quick. You can actually see that snow's really started to pick up. It's mostly looking like a mixture of snow and sleet. I probably would expect that to continue, but cars are starting to become covered in Virginia here. And soon we'll probably see the roadways begin to get some significant coverage. You can start to see some accumulation on the grass here and on the roads, just a little bit. But we're really going to see an uptick over the course of the next few hours. Alright, if you have another picture, feel free to send that one in too. Happy to show them. Sure thing. Yeah, we aren't going anywhere anytime soon from the looks of it. Besides, once it starts over here too, I'm not going to be doing much of anything. So we got East Carroll County now with a lot of outages here too in Louisiana. So the numbers continue to go up. The northern half of the state's really starting to catch it. Alright, we got some new videos in from Will. Got a picture and a video actually. Cars are completely covered and now the roadways are too, so we're probably getting close to that inch threshold now. And then here's a still shot of that to go along with it. Snow's really starting to pick up over there now. So interesting development too. Texas has actually dropped in the number of power outages back below 50K. So we're dealing with the clear color versus the yellow. All while in the meanwhile, we're still managing to keep Mississippi at about 3K for right now. Arkansas staying below 4,000. So the way the power outages have been handled so far is good. Just hoping that that can continue, because really that would be my main concern. Obviously, like I said, we're still early. If we start to have issues with trees, I think it'll be towards more the latter half of the event. As that weight continues to pile up on trees and on tree branches, tree limbs, and also power lines themselves, that's when the threat for outages really starts to go up. It's kind of an accumulative effect, for lack of a better term. I'm not just saying that because we're dealing with accumulating snow and ice. Looks like we got a... Is this a new Maslow discussion? I'd like to say yes. Yep, it is. It's the first time I've seen that one. Wintry mix of sleet and freezing rain, 3 to 5 hours across parts of Southern Appalachians. Freezing rain rates of about maybe 1/10 per hour seem possible. Alright, looks like they're starting to get into some good snow drifts now. I think we're going to bring Dallas back into the equation. Probably put a camera right here. Alright, here we go. So these are all our camera views. As I mentioned before, it looks like Fort Worth is about to get into the action, so we got that camera view set up now as well. So probably keep it at about maybe 3 feeds over here for now, but we'll probably just be relaxing here and there. Like I said, anyone has questions, just let me know. I'll try and monitor chat. Hopefully it doesn't get too quiet to where I actually doze off or anything like that. But we'll be here. Well, the plan is to be here for a while. Take the camera off for just a little bit. Appreciate that, North Star. I'm just out here, like I said, I'm just gonna be chilling. I'm really just trying to look for more reports, truthfully. And I also have to be careful because I don't want too much background audio going on all at once, because then it sounds chaotic. And then on top of that, if I was to try to look through channels that have videos, that could turn into a problem really quickly. So intermittently I might not talk, just to make sure that I find more data. The whole thing about this streaming thing is to try and procure information. That in itself is kind of a job. Appreciate that. Yeah, that's one of the perks of being a smaller channel. One day we'll grow, hopefully. I mean, we have a decent sub count, but just we seem to struggle to get out to people. I mean, obviously with a storm like this, all the big time streamers are going to be up, like Max and Ryan and all of them, but they don't really give smaller guys like me much of a chance. I don't think that's really as much of an algorithm issue as more so a preference issue, I think. They just prefer them. And I just haven't really figured out a way to really get to that next level, if you know what I mean. Just have to call it what it is. Advertising is kind of expensive. Only thing that I can do is like go on to other social media platforms and see if I can pull some people every once in a while there. But even then, that's kind of few and far in between. And the more you're on social media, it kind of drains you, truthfully. Like, I remember the first year I was doing streaming along with trying to promote on social media. It kind of worked, but it also just took a lot out of me. I think it was a job I was working at the time, too. 'Cause obviously, I don't make enough money off of this to live off of, so there's that. So it just makes for a difficult situation. A publicity stunt? Like what? Get into a fight? Nah, I'm good. I've had my time getting into street fights growing up, man. I've had enough of that. Only thing I can do on here is play guitar. But I can't do guitar covers because YouTube will copyright my stream and take it down and give me a copyright strike. I could do like death metal growls and try and do a forecast, maybe. I don't know. That would probably be funny, but it probably would. I'd probably lose subs faster than I would get them. And it still will go out to the wrong people. Oh, there's a meteorologist on the internet that's possessed. That's probably what they would say. We have a possessed meteorologist. Ah! Yeah, I'll figure it out. I hope. It's not a lack of trying. It's definitely not from a lack of trying. And playing devil's music. I'm sure somebody probably has shared it and I just don't know about it yet. If they didn't, then that's cool, but either way, it is what it is. Do the chicken dance. We have to get a number. I have to set a challenge for the audience then. If we get to... If we get to 50 likes, I'll do it. If we get to 50 likes, I might do it. How many likes are we at, Justin? Do you know? Because I haven't checked yet. I saw at the beginning of the stream we were at like maybe 6. I would guess we're probably at like maybe 20. Whew, 2 pain is real. Says 15 on your end. Okay, I mean, that's not bad. It's another 35 more to go, though. Yeah, I'm showing like... Yeah, I just looked it up. I'm showing like maybe 15. Or how about this? If we get to 30 likes, I'll do it. If we get to 50 likes, I'll go outside on my phone and do it. I'll go outside and do it and record it on my phone. And then I'll put it up as a short. In fact, I'll do one even better. I'll do like the Darrell Waltrip dance. I don't know if anyone's a NASCAR fan on here, but the one that broke his ankle at Daytona, I think it was like the turkey leg dance. And if by some crazy miracle we get to 100 likes, I don't know which song I'll play from Jacob or something, or I'll headbang to it. I'll actually let you see what I look like headbanging. My hair's grown quite a bit. My hair's grown quite a bit. It's pretty long. It's getting not like super long, but it's gotten longer. Like it's about past my. It's almost to my ears. But surely you know who Darrell Waltrip is. Oh shoot. I didn't realize I scrolled down. Oof, it's itchy. Who you telling? Because I got a Jeff Gordon poster in my room still, even to this day. I grew up watching Jeff. I grew up as watching Jeff Gordon. He was my favorite. Most likely those were the Dale Senior fans that were doing that. It used to be Jeff Burton. Then it was Carl Edwards. And then, I don't know what year you stopped, but then it was Truex. Martin Truex. Yeah, I'm just so used to watching NASCAR, I had just never really stopped even after Jeff retired. Well, yeah, Richard's the most winningest, is the winningest driver in NASCAR history. 200 wins. So, of course people are going to bandwagon towards him. It makes sense. But he really was great, though. It's not that he was just that he was just some odd driver. He was special. Let's make one thing clear. Oh wow, did Louisiana and Texas drop below 50K? That's actually quite impressive. They've done a really good job holding their own so far with this storm system. Texas has dropped below 40,000. That's really good. Louisiana's at about 43,000. So they've dropped off they've shedded about 7,000 power outages. That's actually really impressive. They really seemed like they were prepared for this one. I mean, we've had a lot of extra warning. There have been a lot of people talking about this system, so that is a difference maker. East Carroll County seems to be the worst one. Highest numbers seem to be towards DeSoto County or parish. In Louisiana, they're called parishes, by the way. Well, actually, DeSoto's not the most dense county. It's Ouachita. Yeah, that one has the most. It's about 31,000 without power there. I still expect numbers to fluctuate, but they're doing a good job. I'm telling you, they're holding their own really well. They're doing a lot better than I expected. Mississippi's kind of dropping in the power outages too, along with Arkansas. Everybody's doing a good job up to this point, I'd say. I think they're doing a very good job.
Show you more road conditions too than just the interstate.
Like we'll go to the interchange, we'll just watch the stuff so you can see what the conditions are.
And if we can get close to if there's any accidents, we can get close off of the interstate. Yeah, that's Jerry said 68 gets really bad when it's yeah, it's very windy and mountainous. mean, you don't have to tell us your small little town if you don't want to, but an area. Tell us what your temperatures are. There's a lot of cold weather warnings right now besides the storm warnings. Yeah, and I agree. Like, we're used to driving in the snow, but we're not invincible. And a lot of other drivers out there they're not from the area and they don't know the terrain and they don't know how to drive in snow. They can be an issue as well. So that's why we're telling everybody to stay in, don't travel if you don't have to. But, you know, such is life. We actually had that happen yesterday morning. Well, yesterday afternoon, man. Near our house. We were just leaving to come down here, and someone passed us on a bad bend. I guess, you know, we weren't going fast enough for them. We were going the speed limit, and they wanted to go double the speed limit. It was not cold, but Toronto, 6 degrees, but feels like -10. Been there many times.
They're all together.
Yes.
It's still
I think it's like 10 here. Streaming there is very hard. Kingstown is 9, waiting for 14 inches. Yep. Initially, Youngstown, Cleveland area, they weren't supposed to get a whole lot of from this storm, but all the models shifted here. Josh just told us that the latest models, everything shifted, excuse me, significantly south. So, I'm going to check models here in a little bit, but trying to with y'all. Hi, Isla. Alice, like to
All right. Which place is getting the most snow? Right now, I would say Oklahoma, but I think in time we're gonna end up seeing Virginia take over, and or maybe even towards like Kentucky as well.
Mary, you are
word from our sponsor over at Crippling. That's out there. The big game is almost here. There's no better way to catch it during America's biggest sporting event than Friday. Right. This is the big game. Right around the corner. Dolphins. Get on the football action for next season. To close the season out right with Friday. Again, $50 in my play your first $5. Like I said, this fantasy football, it's play that every week. Pick your favorite players, win, and hit the protection. Super simple, just ignore the rest of them. That the right put that in. And this is the lineup that I'm going with for this weekend. I'm gonna be a hater, I don't care. Great Hank, you're welcome. Hit him. I'm going the 4. And this one is the most interesting. Now, I made this on Blake Warren. It's one receiver. He just has to catch one ball. You're telling me that won't be electric if we're seeing Blake Warren.
Oh, you did?
You're going to be sitting next to your wife, your girlfriend, whoever. Blake Warren's going to catch the ball, and you're going to go absolutely bananas. It's going to be a 3-yard game, and you're like, ah! Get your prize. Now, you want to get started with the prize? It's a super simple point. Every user is set up for America's #1 fantasy sports app today. Download the prize for that. Use code CLNS to get $50 from live after you play your first $5 lineup. That's code CLNS to get $50 from live after you play your first $5 lineup. Prize.
Oh, there's Louisiana. There goes Louisiana back past 50. At the rate everything's falling over there, it's going to be hard to keep up. All right, feel free to show that snowman, by the way, North Star.
This year for the Houston Texans. Now, the Texans mostly run out of a base, 4-2-5 at the four defensive linemen, only running 2 linebackers. They don't
Sure thing.
need to bring speed back this year. They have Aziz Al-Shire. They have Henry Tozo. They'll get that next season. Both those guys under contract. But this year, DJ Speed, we could tackle block on the season and is, getting into the 30-30 right? The old man ages in terms of NFL talk. But I think he can still ball. I think he can still play. Also makes some good plays for the Texans this year. And he would like this, team. He would like to, get along with everybody in the locker room. He really like Nico Ryan. I wouldn't mind being able to bring back Casey on a team-friendly contract. If he wants to sign another 1 year, maybe $3 or $4 million deal. I am all ahead on bringing back guys like that. Next up, Tommy Hunter to the Houston Texans. Make your top 5 Texans to be signed. Yeah, he did. Because I think the Texans, if you look, I'm going to show you the other free agents. I think Tommy Thompson actually is more valuable than other guys on the trade stand at the moment. This year, in terms of punting stats, that's what you all subscribe to the punting stats here on Texans Today. But punting inside the 20, he was actually tied for 3rd in the NFL. And I think this is the most important stat if you're a punter. You talk about the air yards, you talk about the distance of your punt, yards per punt. He was tied for 50. I think the reason for that is he was punting at the 50-yard line. Punt yards per 50 in the NFL. But like I said, this is the most important stat. Especially when you have the #1 defense, you're able to hit the other team inside their 20-yard line. That is a massive advantage. And I would love to see Tommy Thompson run it back here in the actually a huge, huge advantage to have another guy on your team that can kick field goals if anything happens. It came down, I don't know, maybe a game-winning field goal with Goddard in the water if it came down to it, but you can do it if you need to. That's a big plus for him because something that Nick Casario said that he looked at with guys that are on the fringes, like guys that are close to making the roster or getting cut, is what's your versatility? You know, are you able to do both? Are you able to do, stopping the running back and stopping the gunner on special teams? Do more than just one job. Number one,
All right, so in a little bit, I'll probably grab some food again. Well, Texas just skyrocketed big time on their outages too while we're at it. I'm going to look for some more reports here in just a second.
he played really well for the Texans, and he's blocked a lot of field goals and been able to get a lot of pressure. But unless he's willing to sign a really cheap deal, what, about to turn 35, 36, getting up there in age as well.
Oh, there we go. Texas just broke past 50. I don't know why I said Atlanta there. Yeah, it looks like round 2 is starting to kick in at this point.
That's all I have for you on today's show, folks. Hit me up on X. At Jeremy Judge, my teams are always open. And any predictions today, so make sure to hit that sub button for free Texas content all year.
Ha. Ha.
Yeah, the models are all over the place. Every one
And 138 max. Yeah, it is blowing up right now. Oh, 170. I think I just saw 170 on the list net. We got it.
Alright, I just saw the photo you sent. I'm about to show that right now. It's another one from North Star. He made a little hood ornament here. Snowman. This is it right here. Nice little small snowman as the snow continues to fall over there in Virginia. We'll probably get more photos in as time goes on. Remember, if you want to send photos, you can do that on our Discord server, and I also have Twitter as well. The arms are apple stems. Yeah, that seems legit. They look like, yeah, they do look like that. So that sounds about right. Oh, I just wish this tooth would come out already. It's not even hurting anymore. I just want it to fall off. Or what's left of it, I should say. Let's see if we can get a new update here on our totals. Yeah, there's a new update that's come in, it looks like. No new reports, actually. Was wrong. I don't know what it is with these pop-ups and ads, though. Sheesh. Oklahoma's starting to pop up on the list again, closing in on nearly 3K for outages. Mississippi's only a few away from being at 3K as well. I have no idea just what our totals are right now, though. Should be pretty close to getting the 0ZH triple R in just a little bit, so we'll probably be able to do a forecast update in a bit. It's probably going to be within the next hour or so, I would say. Oh, it's taking a little break. You're probably in another little dry slot. I'm gonna zoom in on the radar and I'll show you kind of how it's panning out over there. We're actually gonna use a local radar this time instead of a regional. I'm not entirely sure which part you live in. You don't have to tell me necessarily, but if I remember correctly, you're somewhere around here. And the other thing is that the moisture content is kind of variable right now, especially during this period. So we have a little bit, so with that dry air aloft, even if you are getting snow, some of it may not be making it all the way to the ground. It may just be melting a few thousand feet above your head. But basically this is how the snow bands are moving right now. You'll see that little deficiency right there. That's from the radar site itself. There's like a little, what you call a radar hole. But outside of that, I mean, there are some blotches where it seems like it really lightens up. That's why you see that lighter blue color. For the most part though, the DBZ is a good reflection of reflectivity. The higher the DBZ, the stronger the return. Basically, the more moisture in the atmosphere. These are still pretty light. We're not on the heavier end of the spectrum by any means. So, if you do get a little dry slot, even if it pops up on radar as snow, there could be points in time which things slow down. Definitely within the realm of possibility. So a little bit too much for y'all, I'm sure. So we're turning that down just a skosh. Or maybe we'll turn it up, I don't know. Yeah, because I remember last year in the second storm that we had over to the south, we didn't really get much of anything over here, but a little further off towards my east, that they got slammed with high snowfall rates, but sometimes that's just how the deformation zone works. But you're still a little bit north of it, at least for right now, so you'll still get more snow. Over here is where things get a little bit more complicated. Areas further to the south. Oh my god, tooth, wow. Hmm. Man, I need to get this tooth out. I'm losing my mind. I may grab some food in a second again. This tooth hurts. I'll be right back, guys. Dang.
I know there's like 12 and 12. So, paranormal, so, yeah. everyone is saying they have shipped to the south. The latest model one I saw was the 18Z. I'll have to look again here, but that warm air, as always, little nose comes up into southwestern PA, and we get less snow amount.
God dang, that's not Ridge you're talking
It is,
about.
and we get, and they're calling for 2 inches of sleet, around 2 inches, but you won't have a significant amount on the totals. You're still going to get a flat ton of snow, but it's going to make traveling actually worse. Josh, which model run were you seeing? I saw the 18Z actually as it's coming out. I don't see much of the ship, but what model itself were you on? I looked at the NAM, GFS, Canadian. Started following some of these guys with the board up on top.
Snow up there too. Mom and I were like, ended up going to Morgantown last night to come down here, but we would have stopped and see what was there. Because I was like, oh, we can look on the way home. Yeah, it's probably gonna be too bare to find anyway. But for right now, guys, definitely gonna keep heading a little bit earlier.
I mean, it may have changed, Josh. I just didn't see it. Hey, Dustin. What's that?
I'm gonna keep going up to Kaiser's Ridge.
Yeah, I don't want to keep driving back and forth.
Okay. Might get a little glitchy, guys, in some of the rural areas in between here and Kaiser's Ridge.
Sorry about the wait. Grabbed myself some more food and then also tried to treat my gum so I can get rid of some of the tooth pain. Or not even tooth pain. I just want to get the thing out, but I know I can't control it completely. It's not time yet. It's just so loose that it's bothering me. Me and some other kids built a snowman 10 feet tall. Jeez, a 10-foot tall snowman. All lifted the head, used a ladder to decorate. Yeah, that sounds about right. That's impressive. I wonder how much snow you would need to make something that big. Probably be close to a foot. Yeah, 10 feet tall is impressive. Surprised you didn't boost anyone on your shoulders or try it that way, but hey, you made it work. Let's take a look at things real quick. That was the year you had about 20. Okay, yeah, that'll definitely do it. Nearly 2 feet of snow will give you enough to make something that big. I would love to build an igloo. I think that would have been really fun. By the time I'd ever seen that much snow in my life, I was already in my 20s.
riding a bike in the snow is a terrible idea. I could that was just destined to go wrong. I was just destined to go wrong, man. This is a good song right here. Turning that up. I'm checking something really quick. I'm trying to make sure that we aren't losing any frames. It does look like the quality is kind of dropping off on our end. Just want to make sure I have it right. Yeah, it does look like we're losing some quality. Let me see if I can fix it. Yeah, that's better.
We didn't get a windshield in the Forerunner. Josh had to get one on his car, on the Kia. It was so cold when he was chasing last weekend. One of the wipers was soaked with slipping snow in like 24 hours. And it was snowing so hard that one wiper came off and he was back on accidentally let go of the wiper arm and cracked the windshield.
That sounds like fun, actually. Like I said, I haven't seen that kind of snow where I live, but of course I live in deep south, so that makes sense. Looks like we're losing our Fort Worth camera, unfortunately. We're starting to buffer really heavy with that. Yeah, it looks like precip's picking back up over there. I'm trying to think if I remember the year that happened over there. I've been a fan of weather, or a weather enthusiast for a really long time. Pretty much since I was 4 years old, but didn't cover winter weather as much until I got a little bit older. When was that? I don't think it was. I also don't know your age, and I'm not going to ask out of respect, but trying to think. I mean, it could have been 2014, but it could have been also later too. I don't know. Oh yeah, that makes sense. Because 2010 and 2011 were also pretty big snow years. That was the first time I'd ever seen about 6 inches of snow. Was in the 2010-2011 winter. Yeah, our city was shut down for about a week. That was the first time we ever had makeup days for a snow event. We had multiple storm systems that year, but that one that was the one, as I like to call it, the 6-pounder, was the one that I remember the most. Hey, Shiori, welcome. My tooth is still nagging me to death while I eat. And as far as power outages are concerned, we were dead wrong yesterday. Nobody's even come close to 100,000 power outages per state. But yeah, as far as my tooth is concerned, it seems like right towards the tops, and the nerve endings are just not to the point where we can get it out yet, which kind of suck. Yeah, I mean, yeah, it really is a good thing that we were wrong. Especially for Texas. Texas has done quite well. Like, as of right now, they're under 50,000. They've been kind of going up and down throughout the day. Right now, it looks like Louisiana is the one that's getting hit the hardest. I expect Mississippi to really spike up as we get through the evening. It's not really tooth pain that I feel. It's just like I want the thing out. I just want to yank it. But I know that that's going to cause a crap ton of pain. It just seems like it's still, like some of the roots are still too strong to pull out without causing some serious damage. So I'm not ready for that just yet. I kind of want to give it another day or two. It's not like I'm going to be able to get to anyone to have it pulled if things continue as they are. What does it look like over there, North Star? Is it snowing again, or is it still kind of dry? Who is this? Oh, Jennifer McMahon. I don't know who that is. Yeah, it has. Well, this is round 2 now, though. This is a multi-round event for them. But the real bullseye, I think, is going to be between northeast Louisiana and through a lot of Alabama. It's like sleet. It seems kind of like grapple mixed in with sleet. Yeah, it definitely seems like predominantly sleet pellets. Oh, even the dentist had to yank? Yikes. Yeah, it feels like this is an issue that my dad had too. Like, he had a molar. Like, this is around an area where it's like a molar. That's where my tooth is. But this tooth just kind of broke apart over time. It's the only tooth that's done it too. I hope I can keep it that way. Yeah, this tooth has been driving me nuts. Doesn't even hurt that bad, but I'm just like, man. Yeah, mine's not really swollen like that though. It's just like one little section where I just can't seem to shake. It doesn't even feel like it's the whole top. It's just like right towards like the middle part of it. It's just like where it's still connected. I can feel it. Everywhere else is just kind of dangling, but it's like really nerve-wracking whenever I eat. Or even talk sometimes. Like if I close my mouth, I can feel it moving too. That's what I really don't like. It's just nerve-wracking. That's also why I have the camera off, because of that reason. I don't want anyone to see me playing around with it with my tongue or...
Seems like they're doing an awful lot of pre-planning for this. They had plenty of warning.
Yeah, that's how it feels. It's like the chip part isn't really swollen anymore. It's like the part... I don't know how to really describe it, but it's like inward. It's just weird. Like, I remember the other night I had like a nightmare that I swallowed my tooth and I was just like panicking. Scared the mess out of me. That much I do know. Ooh, you got a sharp one, and it's not your normal canine tooth, because you'll have one towards like you have two canine teeth towards like the front, just off to the side of two like front teeth or buck teeth, depending on how they ended up forming. That could be like maybe over or under bite though, so that could be a thing. I'm not like a I'm not a dentist or orthopedist or anything like that, so I couldn't really give you an answer there. But just from the few terms I have heard, oh, it's broken. That's even worse. Dang. Yeah. When mine was starting to chip and fall apart, like I remember there were times where I just kept messing with it with my tongue and I scratched it. And I actually scratched my tongue. It was bleeding. So yeah, that was not that wasn't fun at all. All right, so I'm gonna check power outages again towards Texas. I haven't gotten any new reports on accumulations. It's been a little while. I'm trying to see just who has what, but finding anything's kind of been few and far in between.
We will be heading back north towards Pittsburgh. We will be going into the city, but we will come around it tomorrow morning, late tomorrow morning. Chasing here in Maryland tomorrow morning, early morning. This is when the heaviest snow's going to fall here, around 7 a.m. So we will be streaming again tomorrow morning. And then late morning, we'll head back north. We may pick up Josh. Maybe somewhere. I'm not sure. He said he'll see how he goes in the morning. But yeah, we're gonna do that tomorrow. There's a forecast area that's gonna come up into southwestern Pennsylvania. It may come over into this western Maryland area. So that will bring us sleet.
Still waiting on H triple R to come in. Looks like it's gonna be a little bit before we get to the end of that. Alright, we're holding steady right now. Texas is just under 50K. Louisiana's kind of staking around like 56. Everything's kind of holding steady for right now. We'll probably see a spike maybe in the next hour or two. Or it'll probably be a smaller spike. Yeah, that and also people jumping off their balconies into the snow. Because the snow's literally about 2 or 3 stories tall, maybe even 4. Yeah, that's something right there. I don't know how. Some people are questioning how North Russia's even inhabitable. That'd be quite the experience. I probably would enjoy it to a point. They're built different over there in Russia anyway, so you know. Digging tunnels does seem like it would be pretty cool. Alright, I'm gonna be honest. I don't know how much longer we're gonna be on for at the rate we're going. I'm thinking probably another hour, maybe. Let me see who else is still alive right now. I'm pretty sure everybody is. Oh, we got another chaser we can use. I think Jai is out right now. We're really going to have more storm chasers available tomorrow from the looks of it. But yeah, literally everybody, Ryan, Max, Evan, all of them are live right now, so it's going to be hard to keep track. I'll try and hang in there a little bit longer though. Might try to go to like 10 o'clock Eastern. I'm not really tired. It's a little slow right now. Or I feel a little sluggish. I'm not necessarily sleepy. Oh, wait, is he not live? Yeah, he is live. I don't know what the hell that was about. All right. All right, what are you baking? Ah, you got little sleet ice pellets going on over there. Ah, yeah, you did say that you were waiting to do muffins because they were going to take longer to prep. All right, there we go. Blackberry sweet rolls. That's interesting. Sounds nice. Did we lose PA storm trackers? No, they're still live. They're in an early snow van. They're still in Maryland right now, just waiting. Oh, the rolls came out pretty good. Would have loved to have tried one. Then again, I don't know if my tooth would handle it right now. Barely closed my mouth. All right. I gotta go to the restroom real quick. I'm not gonna take the screen down or anything. I'm just gonna mute the mic. I will be right back. Alright, and back we are. Alright. That last rinse was actually pretty good. I'm not in as much pain now. This is always a blessing. Did the loop stop on weather-wise? Because I don't remember it stopping. Wow, I took the robe off and now I feel it. Oh wow, we've dropped a good 5 degrees in the last hour. Snow starting in the next 5 minutes? What? Well, maybe it means heavier snow, because look at the returns that you're getting on radar right now. You're getting into the dark blues, which is higher reflectivity. So the snow's about to pick up. Yeah, there's some higher returns in here that are pretty solid. Getting into the 30 dBz around the deformation zone. In fact, I think we're getting into close to 40. Well, not quite. Getting right at about 39. But this is just south of the border. Yep, there's 43. It's a small area though. Yeah, I might have to put that robe back on. I'll be back again. take this thing off for like maybe 1 or 2 minutes, and now it feels remarkably different. This is what we got now. Let's see what Justin's got going on his stream. Louisiana is drawing closer to almost 60,000 outages, by the way, in case anyone's curious about that. I know what we can do. That's what's kind of been missing as well. We haven't done a voting poll.
chased all of it up and down 40, and I mean it's been completely and utterly demolished with ice and sleet.
Hi, Tammy. I know the
transition of sleep.
Appreciate you guys hanging out with us while we're kind of waiting for this to kick off. If we don't see a whole lot of action tonight, be
If
sure
at
that we'll
all.
be back tomorrow. We will be in
Get
here.
it for a little bit, and probably call it.
This did not kick off as early as we were expecting tonight.
It's gonna be
Taking
quick.
a little longer for the air to get saturated.
Very dry air is quite
All right, there we go. That's better.
I feel like it's an issue with the port.
Now this says 3 degrees. It feels like
Nice. Yeah, I have ibuprofen. It's not really pain, it's just like the anxiety that you feel, because it's like the one thing I don't want to do is swallow that shard of tooth. That does not seem like a good time at all. But yeah, I think it's definitely the port, because the mic just falls out. The not the port, but the cord just sometimes just randomly falls out if I even so much as turn it wrong. If it's the port, I might as well get a new mic at that point. 'Cause this didn't cost much, but it has great quality. But yeah, I was talking most of that time. It just cut out randomly. Or at least that's probably what it sounded like to you guys. It's really not swelling that much, truthfully. It's just the looseness of my tooth that really bothers me. 'Cause literally sometimes when I close my mouth, it moves like a lot. Like it's ready to come out, it feels like. It could happen at any time. Like I could randomly take a bite of food and it just, like even if it's toward the other side of my mouth, like I'll still feel it moving. Or sometimes when I just simply close my mouth from talking, it'll move. Almost like the little bit of air current that comes from me talking will sometimes cause it to move. Like the song that's playing right now, if I close my mouth in the right way, I could actually keep up with the snare on it. It's like it's actually kind of funny, but only I will be able to hear it, not you guys. But yeah, it just gives me the heebie-jeebies, man. That's really what it is. Because my worst nightmare would literally be going to sleep and then having this in my, like having that piece of tooth fall out, and I'm like about to swallow it. I'm tempted to. I kind of don't want to because I feel like I'm gonna like bleed everywhere. Well, the weird thing about it, Tim, it's not really tooth pain. It's just the tooth is so loose and it's ready to come out that it's just giving me the heebie-jeebies, man. It's like, I feel like if I close my mouth wrong, the thing pops off and then I'm like one wrong move away from swallowing my tooth. Or what's left of it. 'Cause that's really what it is. It's just a small piece of tooth that's remaining. This tooth has been decaying for a little bit now. But I've had no way to really fix it. Could never get to a dentist, so there's that. But yeah, I tried hard actually to try to yank it, try to pull it last night, but it wasn't ready. Like the nerve endings up towards the top of it are what's still keeping it on. Like off to the sides, gone. But the thing's literally dangling to the point right now where sometimes when I even close my mouth, it's moving quite a bit. So it's close to coming out, but I don't know when it will be ready. Been trying to force the thing out, but it's not really getting anywhere. So all I can do is just try to keep the parts that are clear of the tooth clean while the rest of this comes out.
I thought you were leaving anyways, man. You said you were leaving.
We weren't still parked. If you look,
Yeah, I don't have 3K out of pocket right now, and then on top of that, my car is down. So, order of importance, unfortunately, says get a vehicle and try to manage as best as you can. And it's unpleasant too, having to switch around peroxide, but that's what it takes to keep it clean. And that's probably why I'm not in pain.
Thank you for the sub, Justin. Welcome in.
Yep, been doing that too, and it has helped. Like I said, the pain's not really there. Yeah, it's just trying to get to the end, that's all. Yeah, sure.
Warren, you are right on the
Right now, I just want to get my tooth out. That's what I really want. Yeah, we're in a really weird, like, grapple, freezing rain, sleet mixture, or whatever it is. It's definitely not the snow. I think you're getting closer towards that deformation zone now based off of radar imagery.
Yeah, because you can see almost like this little area is expanding a bit where you see this little purplish color, all that sleet. So I think you're going to see more of a mix of sleet as we go throughout the evening.
They got cold.
Yeah. It doesn't look like the sleep on you did it very slight. I don't see it but someone else
Another 8 or 9 hours for you guys. Yep. Yep. You're going to be dealing with round 2. Seems like your part of the event is now going to begin probably within the next. I'm trying to see at which rate this is moving. I'll probably say within the next hour or two is when you'll start to see precip. Seems like we're starting to get more votes here. Alright, so it looks like we got 6 people with votes in and it's a tie. Wait, they're still coming in. It's a 3-way tie. Louisiana, Texas, Mississippi. Mississippi hasn't broken 10K yet, but it's on the way, it seems. Texas hasn't gotten past 50K just yet in a while. Oh, that's a guarantee at this point. Because I think a lot of people are going to say, oh, we didn't get snow. Oh, we didn't get the freezing rain immediately. You also have to remember that with the big temperature drop that's coming behind this system, there's going to be times where we could be breaking record lows. And then all of that stuff that, all the people that didn't get, let's say, freezing rain, just got regular rain, there's still the refreeze that they have to deal with. That's something a lot of people just don't see. Or a lot of people just aren't keeping that in mind either. And then the next time I think that we end up seeing temperatures go above freezing, depending on where you are, could be about 3 to 5 days from now. So once we have frozen precipitation, it's gonna stay frozen. And that's when things really kind of take their toll. Is it? That's usually not a good omen. I haven't dropped any frames yet. Let me mess around with this real quick. Okay, the music just kind of cut out there for a moment.
Now the mic I'm not surprised by, given the way that my connection is with it currently. We're getting reports that we're seeing light rain and snow over towards where I am. I might have to step away for just a moment and check it out. Let me see something really quick though. Let me make sure that my audio's good. Is it any better, Tim?
Make sure you have flashlights with good batteries or spare batteries, and make sure lots of blankets are available. Make sure there are fresh batteries in the
Hi, Jordan. Yeah, I think Dallas's cam is pretty much cooked at this point. Along with this Tennessee camera. Oh, you did? Jordan showing some pictures from Kentucky. This is what eastern Kentucky is looking like right now. Yeah, is it any better this time around? Well, southeastern. Here's another picture. I would expect the shift towards freezing rain for your area too in a little bit here. Speaking of which, I think I did mention that, I think I saw mention that we're dealing with frozen precipitation over here right now even. Temperature has dropped to about 35, so we're flirting with something here. So more of you are kind of leaning into Louisiana right now since they have the most outages out of everybody. It's cutting out again. That time it cut out. I heard that one. Oh, you're in the foothills. Okay, I get what you're saying now. That's fair.
Yeah, it looks like the sleet's getting pretty close at least, so you probably might have transitioned to sleet right now. Yeah, I'm pretty sure you have actually. You're probably not far from where the freezing rain is too. So another shift's gonna occur, and then eventually it looks like you might get a little bit of a break in between. Yeah, we talked about that a little earlier today. I actually called that a couple nights ago. I was suspicious of that because of the way the setup looked. That surface low with the big warm nose that we had there, temperatures in the 70s. I was kind of like, you know, it could do a funny little thing there. Yeah, I think you're about to transition into freezing rain next, though. I think you might transition back into snow overnight, though, too. Says the precip's about to stop. Let me step away real quick and see what it looks like out there at the moment.
Take care. If we're back tomorrow, we'll be back tomorrow.
I think Jai has ended his stream. His stream's done for the night. Alright, so all we have left right now is PA Storm Tracker speed. We'll probably be on for a little longer ourselves. I'm really gonna rest. I probably think I'm gonna rest up so that way we're ready for tomorrow. It's literally 19 degrees out there. So the thing about this, Jordan, it's not about the surface temperature. It's actually about the temperature that's above your head. And it's those temperatures that are above freezing. It's a pretty large sector of warm air aloft, stretching from like probably about 5,000 to all the way to like maybe 20,000 feet where it's above freezing. By a pretty good margin actually too. Some places could be about maybe 45 degrees at about maybe 15, like 10, somewhere between 10 to 20,000 feet. And that's really where the concern from freezing rain really stems from. Simply just from that alone. Am I looking outside though? I didn't see any snowflakes or anything like that. It seemed like it was just drops of rain. If there is any snow, I doubt it's making it to the ground right now. If it is, then it's not freezing on contact.
We're not up in Erie yet. We are in Frostburg, Maryland. And we are actually staying here in Frostburg tonight.
All right. It's 13 degrees where you are, North Star. It's pretty frigid. So even if you do get freezing rain, whatever, or just really any precip, it's gonna freeze on contact. Mississippi continues to go up on power outages now. We're sitting at 9.5K. All right. do have another storm chase.
Alright, there we go. Should be better now. That port is just giving me all kinds of fits.
One second, guys. Let me get his feet up.
I'll get in tomorrow morning. They'll still be sitting in here. They'll be tricycles.
Alright, and also make sure you show John some love here. He's chasing in the Ohio Valley right now.
See how far away I get. Might go Indy, Louisville, Metro 71. Just to be watching those snow and ice lines. Snow and ice lines. Again, I am ice or sleet or snow. Just for an idea of what it's like out here driving, I am still on medium wheel drive. I used to work out on my driveway. That's when I got that uphill. And thanks, Lane. Appreciate it, man. Yeah. Not on call. Getting calls. Yeah. Still in two-wheel drive for now. That will definitely change at some point. Or if there's no such. For those who don't know, hey, what's up, Ty? Appreciate it, man. So that's Ty. He has his own weather channel on YouTube. Pretty cool place. Pretty cool place.
gotta grow.
Where is it? What's going on here? Why isn't it showing him? I'll tell you what, here's what I'll do. We're gonna get rid of that camera.
Here's Hamilton. Head up to Miami.
This thing just wants to be difficult. Here's what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna go to this one here and we're gonna basically switch it over. It just doesn't seem like it wants to really behave here. Where is he?
Oh my gosh, you guys are amazing. You're only
Why isn't it showing his window?
thought I'd throw that out there.
Let's do this right here then.
Well, the sucks today. You guys are awesome.
There we
I
are.
don't know if I brought it up last stream, but got some new equipment with me today in a sense. My wonderful wife, weatherman, she
There we go. That's John's feed right there, and I'm gonna share the link so you guys can give him some subs here. It's only at 300 subs. He needs more. He needs a lot more. So if you guys could show him some hospitality from our community here, that would be awesome.
got that with me, got a blanket with me. You know, that just depends. He also got me a fire blanket, which is pretty cool. So if I come across a fire somewhere small enough, I can just leave it on there and smother it out. Anyway, we won't have to deal with that today.
All right, there we go. Yeah, show John some love, guys.
Some fire with that.
Feel free to jump into that stream. Well, he's not at 300. He's actually at like 700. But still, let's see if we can get him past that 1,000 mark before long here. Let me get his name in the. Let me get his name at least in here. I know that this thing isn't really behaving all that well, but we're gonna do the best we can here.
It's a pretty dang good hill. I'll worry us. You'll probably drive Trans Sprinter. It's not good in snow, so my first day, I've been with my current company for just over a year now. My first day was last year, and we actually canceled it because we got a pretty substantial snowstorm for the area, and of course the roads were absolutely horrendous. That was also before I had my tractor, and I wasn't fixing to double my driveway. Some of y'all may have seen that time on street when I pulled in or pulled out of the house and I had it up. It's not like it's a mile long, but you know, it's longer than most driveways. Yeah, I'm not hand shoveling.
Building up a community of.
Mostly too because
I love what we're building here, though. You know, we're building a community of small chasers here.
that's obviously four-wheel drive.
People that I hope to collab with at some point too, as far as maybe even just being out there myself. Obviously, right now with no vehicle, that's kind of hard. But you know,
Four-wheel cut out of my driveway because it was absolutely covered in snow. Deep enough snow. And ended up driving the workman home that day.
Texas has just gone back to 50,000 outage threshold, unfortunately. All right, there we go. There we go. Good to see you on there, North Star.
Yeah, I appreciate that, man. So, yeah.
stretch that out a little further here. That a little bit bigger for him.
Very, very much along the lines of stuff that I did when I was in the Navy, working down at the engineers. Air compressors are much different than I work on.
There we go.
But obviously the ones on the ships are very special design. And you got ones that are designed to just run really quad to anti-submarine warfare stuff. So crazier designs, much crazier designs on some of those. What we got out here, mainly deal with laser compressors, big yellow and gray ones. We work on all brands, IR. You know me. I've talked about my job. You know that I hate this already. I don't know why. Some reason. Yeah, we work on a whole bunch of different ones. I mean, it's really cool. A lot of our customers, we got some really cool customers to go to. Places that you drive by every single solitary day. Don't even think twice about it. They're making essential things there, all that different stuff. So, but yeah, those are all the places we go into. I love it. It's neat. It's really cool. Coworkers are pretty damn cool. Boss is cool. Cool place. Yeah, pretty fun. Obviously, I'm out here anyway, streaming. I'm literally driving to the shop and got something on that. I could have done it Monday or Tuesday. I'm out here. Do it. Starting after midnight through most of the day tomorrow is where the real accumulation will come. This is pretty good so far. This is pretty good. Made it for us out here. Yeah. I grew up in Wisconsin, alright? Been there from like preschool to pre-quarter
trying to see what kind of accumulations we've had over the course of the day. Haven't gotten any new updates in a while, unfortunately, so it's been a struggle the last little.
Yeah, just never really missed a day because of snow.
I moved from Dallas in order of things I wanted to
Snows like
set
that
up.
it's uncommon. It's uncommon. You're from the area. What we're getting here tonight is not enough. That's how this is something. When I've seen 2 clouds, that's it. Everybody's staying on the road where I'm going so far, so that's nice. They've been pre-treating out here for a few days. 2-3 days. They were pre-treating the roads around the area, which is nice. Obviously, snow here. You're at Wayne Matheson Road, a little more of a main route, 2 lanes. Probably a little more traffic. Traction's a little bit worse on this road than it was on Augsburger back there. That's something coming up through Hill Drive. Coming up here to Route 4. Go north from there. Down obviously on the Monroe. There I'm probably almost 75. Get back to the west where it's snowing a little longer. Yeah. Oh yeah, I mean, shoot. Yeah. Not sure what mark it's from, but right there. Newport News, Norfolk, Hampton Road, quite a few. Got a little snow there, but not much. I know out towards the mountains. It's getting worse. Then, remember Virginia had a pretty good storm in 2015. Actually, no, 2016. Yeah, 2016. Over the weekend, I drove from Norfolk back here to Ohio because I bought a new pickup truck. A used pickup truck, and I drove all the way back here to get it tagged and titled and all that good which was somewhat unfortunate, but you know,
Definitely all day tomorrow will be gone.
Mother Nature's gonna do what Mother Nature's gonna do. Undisputed heavyweight champion of the world. Oh, just up. Yeah, around 4 and 747. Snowing. Don't know that.
Wendy, thank you so much for another membership for 19 months. You're amazing. Kimberly got the best service in America. You guys are going to be nice to me. I don't know if it's area traffic, most of it. How's Wendy tonight? Is Wendy doing well? Kimberly's in
Yeah, I did see there was some warnings out there. I'm going to hop on 63 here.
I know, like he was supposed
Head
to
towards
start around
Monroe.
9. Well, it's not here. Hey, at USA, welcome in.
Nice steady stick. But it's not that big. This stuff is powder. Powder.
I'm getting sick of this mic.
Hopefully ODOT doesn't pick it up.
It's undoubtedly the port, because I literally just bumped it and all of a sudden, there it goes. The mic port is awful.
Go for it.
was literally typing a message to PA storm trackers, and that's when the mic got disconnected.
I'm gonna look that up for you right now, and then we send in time.
Farms there. Farms there on the right. Oh damn, I need rock, but I don't even know left and right.
I'm talking now. I'm still talking. I'm talking. I just got quiet for a minute. But yeah, I was just typing a message to PA storm trackers. Just telling them how far out the storm stretches. Yeah. Oh, they're actually not in Pennsylvania. They're actually in Maryland. They're from Pennsylvania, though. But they're in like Grantsville, Maryland. Like on the bottom of the screen, you can kind of see it. I probably have the window a little too small. I'll try and see if I can extend it a little bit.
Everybody's having a night. A lot of y'all are probably
Grantsville, but pretty much the same thing.
got all your milk and bread stocked up on. Some high quality milk sandwiches. Of course, gotta bring that up. There's places heard down in Tennessee that have local leadership at the grocery store doing that insane. Sucks. That's how it is. I went probably 4 days ago. Wait, work at a fresh, got a bunch of stuff.
Yeah, if we're being extremely technical here, you're talking about almost, 2,000 miles. Because this stretches all the way back towards Arizona where we still have snow falling. Yeah, this storm is ridiculous. It's absolutely enormous.
Went through Old Town Monroe. We are 75 right up ahead. Here on Mountain Avenue. Pop into this place, drop off some parts.
Just the sheer size of this storm system is unreal, man. I'm just amazed looking at this. This is one we're going to be talking about for a long time just because of the sheer size. Forget even talking about the actual impacts right now.
I shall return. Enjoy this scenic opportunity.
I don't know if he has to go to the bathroom or something. That north wind is finding all the gaps into the entryway. So, I don't know if you've seen me on camera, but I'm actually wearing my robe because it got cold out of nowhere. Like, it was about maybe 42 about a couple hours ago. We dropped all the way down to about 34, 35 degrees. I'm kind of holding there. But yeah, I'm basically wearing my robe right now. I took it off a little bit earlier during the stream, and then I ended up having to put it right back on. So I was like, oh wow. Yeah, because the central heating has not come back on yet. Oh, okay. Yeah, right up in there. Crazy to watch the motion of this storm too. Not yet. We're probably going to do that more tomorrow. The thing is, we're going to be dealing with the warm nose, so as a result, the temperature is going to go up throughout the day at the surface. So we won't have to worry about that till late tomorrow, maybe into Monday. Yeah, for right now, we're good. We're not even below freezing at the moment. We're right at it. We're like flirting with it tonight. Oh, by the way, you guys get to see what my hair looks like. Or at least right now. I just washed it. Just looks a little crazy. Oh yeah, we know that tip too. Not our first rodeo when it comes to cold nights. Believe it or not, I've seen the temperature around here for low temperatures drop below 10 degrees. So,
Okay.
and there have been plenty of days where we've been in the teens. So We kind of know how it works.
Ding.
Oh yeah. Minus 17 is brutal. I don't know what more you could do for minus 17 though. Also, if you guys could, if you haven't already, definitely show JP513 some love here. We've got about 700 subscribers. We definitely hope that we can help him get to 1,000 before the year is out, if not sooner. His link is the pinned message up there, so hit him up in chat, and then also give him a sub if you could too. Drop a like as well. Give my guy a hand, you know. Ooh, yeah, I think you have. I think I remember you telling me about it. We do. I'm not too worried. My big concern is if I try to stream tomorrow, is losing power if I was to try and stream tomorrow. As far as anything else with this storm is concerned, I'm not too worried. I'm honestly not. This is why I have my camera off. I'm just trying to get that tooth out. I'm begging to get it out of here. Like, you were about to see me almost pull it right now. I don't want to do that on stream. Doesn't seem like the most mannerly thing to do. Where's my tablet? See if maybe I can do something else while I'm at it. Okay. So, update on the power outages, by the way. Louisiana has now broken through the 60,000 threshold. It's working its way towards 70. Texas is looking like they're going to be over 60,000 in time. Mississippi might be on the way to 10,000. Georgia's starting to get on the power outage list now, too. We have 5,000 without power over here in my state. 3,000, almost 3.8K in Fulton. What the heck is going on here? That's the county next door from me. Well, I'm like literally on the line between Cobb and Fulton, which is like right around here. Yeah, I don't know what's going on in Fulton.
is back. Officially. Allegedly. Possibly. All the above. I don't know.
I do know.
Anyway.
Ah, jeez.
Done the deliverance of the parts. Electrical components, so we are back. Now,
Right, Kentucky. I'm gonna step away real quick. Gotta go to the bathroom.
Well, that's not a big deal. Anyway,
Too cold on the ridge point.
so
Figured, Randy. I figured.
as you see over here, they are on Pivotal Weather looking at the HRRR. Pivotal Weather is a great resource for models
There are
and
several. There's several.
forecasts, good observations, satellite imagery, all that kind of stuff on here. There is a free to use thing. I pay obvious level. Just as it unlocks you some stuff that's beneficial to forecasting and chasing stuff. So, there is paid stuff on here, but it's also free. Just like you pay for certain things on WeatherWise, but you don't actually have to pay to use WeatherWise, which I'll show you in a second. So we're looking at total snowfall between about an hour ago and 6 a.m. As you can see, it's 7 inches. Right down there in Cincinnati, got 8 inches way over in southeast Indiana. Here's Butler County right here, 7 inches. Right. So even up to Dayton, heading over to Columbus, it's coming like right along the river. Okay. A couple different. Brother to Chera. Just a couple different algorithms that they use to do the amount of snowfall. So 5, 6, right? So between 5 and 8 inches, let's just say. So that's pretty darn good. This is the big one. Ice. No ice. Some rain. No heat. So I'm really I'm burning out. This is going to be basically an 11-hour run. So freezing rain. South of Portsmouth, Ohio, just right there, sneaking into south central Ohio. So that's nice. So total snowfall 9. Oh my goodness.
Alright, I think I could probably withstand maybe another 10 minutes of this. I'm trying. But holy cow. I just want to try and put my effort towards getting this tooth out so I can sleep more comfortably. The plan is to go live tomorrow. If I don't end up going live tomorrow, you can probably guess why. The power probably is going to be out if I'm not live by like noon tomorrow. We'll have a couple of chasers available at that point too.
So yeah, that's just showing you your atmospheric conditions. I'm not gonna break it. Gosh, these wind farms over here are having a party. That's definitely an EF5 tornado right there. It's getting no tornado around. Right, your nose graph. And I use this a lot when it comes to tornadoes. Basically, go up in the atmosphere. It shows basically the movement of the air going up in the atmosphere. And all that. I'm not going to go crazy on the explanations because I understand this stuff, but I'm not good enough to put it into words.
Got a message. Gotta make sure my family is good.
For this sounding, we're going to get snow. Definitely agree with that. And triple R is on point.
Alright, so one thing that we're going to do real quick before we get offline here
That's the model I'm looking at.
is we're going to go ahead and go over latest HRRR
Ton of different models.
and what time people are going and what time who's going to or what time who can expect what. So let's go ahead and get to that on my screen and then I'll show it to you guys. So here's the 0Z HRRR right here.
Okay, ooh. This is taking a much more northern bias. Headed towards Richmond, Indiana.
So a few things have changed with this. Let me actually go
At 9
see if we
a.m.
have
tomorrow.
2Z.
Solid 9s all through Ohio. 10, 11 right over here in Butler County.
This is still loading in.
Hamilton right over here. Sheriff. 10 to 1.
So it looks like this ice shield really starts to develop overnight from my area even now. Things kind of remain as they are, even in Arkansas and not Arkansas, Arizona and New Mexico. We still have plenty of snow, some freezing rain mixed in, but mostly snow for this region associated with this low. As time goes on, here's the new low that pops up over here for the southeast. This is where we end up seeing the potential for that freezing rain to push a little further to the north. Gets much further into parts of Tennessee and Kentucky. And then here's the warm nose that affects the east here. Keeps the cold air damming situation that comes into play for Virginia is what's going to help keep the ice factor over here towards the Carolinas and Georgia into play. And this looks like it lingers pretty far into the morning. Then we end up seeing a little bit of a reprieve, and then maybe towards the backside of this, as the low passes, we see the increase in temperatures. If we end up dropping below freezing, it gets more interesting after that point. Maybe seeing potential for even more freezing rain or just regular cold rain. The refreeze is really what's going to be the big hazard for the southeast after the fact. From there on, we're really looking at a lot more attention towards the northern states, northeastern states, particularly for snowfall. Pretty significant snowfall totals expected there from that point. So we'll go ahead and pull up the blend of models, get a look at our snowfall totals and our ice totals as well. So if we take a look at our ice totals that are yet to come, you can see that our snow totals, I should say, we still have a pretty good swath expected across parts of Oklahoma, heading into Missouri. And the real bullseye seems to kick in right around parts of Indiana and then stretches all the way into the northeast. A bullseye kind of pops up just north of New York City. Potentially see up to about possibly 20 inches or more of snow. Then over towards Maine, we have another hotspot towards the southern half of the state. This also includes Vermont and New Hampshire as well. Boston is also included in this, along with Rhode Island potentially as well. Secondary bullseye kind of pops up over here towards northern Virginia, towards the southern half of the state. The snow totals are going to kind of drop off as we switch towards freezing rain. As far as our freezing rain totals are concerned, and our ice accretion, not a whole lot has changed. Over towards my area, for example, still kind of bouncing back and forth between that 1/4 inch of ice here, which is that threshold number for real issues to start occurring here. A little bit of a shift has happened with the ice bullseye here. We're expecting potentially up to about 1/2 inch of ice over towards parts of west central Michigan into central, or Michigan, west central Tennessee into northern Mississippi. Why am I saying states wrong today? Then stretching all the way back from Mississippi into Louisiana, just north of the Delta here. As far as Texas is concerned, we could potentially see up to an additional 1/10 of an inch of ice. And then from that point onward, there's not really a whole lot more to talk about there. So, not out of the woods yet. So far, so good. We have over 100,000 combined power outages. And I do expect numbers to continue to rise. But we'll see what happens with that. Texas is now back up to about 56,000 outages. Louisiana still has the most right now at 65,000.
Look at that. That is absolute. Arizona, I mean, yeah, I'm going to say this is still hard. All this. That's Baja. That's basically, I mean, this is stretching pretty much across the entire country, right? That's how substantial this storm is, right? So, all these are, I know, all these clean up the, worry about that. Ain't got no mountains. Got some good hills, ain't got no mountains. Right, so here we go. I mean, activity. Right, so here we are in the WeatherWise app. I love it. I used to chase with Radar Omega, and don't get me wrong, it did a great job, but I feel like it more rates in my buck with WeatherWise. I feel it's really well done and really robust. Radar app. So I'm a big fan of it. So Ryan Hall, big part in the development of this.
Alright. I think we're good again. And this stupid mic port, man, it's really starting to work my nerves. But what I was saying though was, dang, tooth pain. Tooth actually hurts a little bit now. But what I was saying though was, apparently I am having reports in my area where we're seeing light rain and snow mixture at 34 degrees. Really looking forward to seeing what that has to offer. I'm going to be heading offline in a couple of minutes. I just really want to get this tooth out mainly, and then just kind of go on from there. Just a reminder, guys, again,
If
What I'm
if
seeing
I'm
right
not
now,
live tomorrow, odds are the power has gone out.
extreme cold wash,
The
mesoscale
goal
sweat.
for tomorrow is to try to be
Local
live
weather
before
discussion
12
is called this is south of us.
or 12 o'clock Eastern time, because I know some of you live in different time zones, which is fine. But yeah, that's the plan. So if things kind of go awry, at least you know. Yeah, this has been an interesting one, that's for sure. If I see anything interesting, I'll be posting my own videos, of course, on the Discord. And I'll make some YouTube shorts to go with it. I'm definitely trying. This tooth ain't making it easy, that's for sure. I appreciate everyone for tuning in. Thanks for the support once more. See if we can't replicate that tomorrow.
So,
Wish me the best of luck, and everyone stay safe. Have a good night. Sleep well, stay warm, and I will see you all soon.
we're just about to start getting some heavy snowfall. We're even at a point where after 3 a.m. we get some thunderstorms. Right, so that's our current radar look. Snow is going to pick up here pretty soon.